All right. So theoretically, I actually fixed. So I've had like a chat overlay. I actually had a chat overlay for YouTube chat for a while, but only the Twitch one has been working. So we're gonna test out that real fast. Oh, there we go. Now the stream element spot is running. So I know it's connected to the right channel because I'm actually seeing stream element spot in that thing. Maybe I need to chat from a different account other than my own. Like maybe my own chats aren't showing up on the overlay. So let's try from a different account. Oh. Of course it is.
Oh, interesting. It's still going. Okay. It's on the wrong mic. Is using the webcam.
That would do it. All right. That should be using the correct mic now. Yeah. Seems like it's using the correct mic now. Accidentally touched my lights. All right. Okay. Still glitching, but is the correct mic. This is just going to become a thing every time. I have to mess around with mic settings. Probably is, to be honest. Properties. What if we try? We have this to fall back upon if nothing else works. Then, okay, maybe that we. It's also saying mono. Even though I think it's supposed to be stereo. Then I think I changed that. Where did I change that? Oh, it was here. I don't think switching it there is going to change anything. Wait a second. So this is on the digital input. We want the microphone though. Because this does actually have like a mic output like that you can plug into. So maybe you're trying to use that. Maybe it was listening to the output of the mic. Like the thing that you use to. If we go to default, that is the correct mic. How does it sound now? Let's see, I'm seeing it show up on there as well. Still bad? Here, let me listen back to it. Oh yeah, that is pretty bad. What the hell? Maybe it has something to do with the bitrate? Testing, 1, 2, 3. No.
All right.
Unplugged in.
Plug it back in. How we doing? Still terrible.
Wait a second. If it's not connected to the mic specifically, then
It's a problem with my streaming setup. Oh no, the webcam mic sounds fine. Do we just go with the webcam mic?
Maybe I just go with let's see how the headset mic sounds. No, the webcam mic is definitely better. Testing the main mic one. Maybe we should just turn the volume down slightly. Was it like peaking or something? I don't... No, it was definitely not peaking.
And all the cords are routed the same. It's not like it's next to my power supply or anything. I could try changing the port, but it's like a USB splitter with the same thing as...
All right. Testing. Okay. That seems to have fixed it, at least for now. Okay, I just had my stream volume down though. I was like, why is that so quiet? Oh, and I also did turn the volume on the actual mic down, so let's bring that to about normal. So let's see, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna blame the USB hub for now. The cord won't reach my PC without the USB, so yeah, let's mute myself. I don't want to hear myself. All right, back to coding. Or to start coding, I guess. So you're looking at levels and everything. Why is desktop audio disabled now? Let's turn that back on. Advanced audio properties. What's this? Desktop audio should be active. Why am I not hearing anything? Let's see. See, is that it? No. It says it's not streaming my desktop audio anymore. Okay, yeah, it's not. Oh, I just had the volume down low enough that it... We just had the volume down low enough that you couldn't hear the music. Alright, no actual bugs there. Alright. So I guess as a recap of last stream, we got multiple WASM modules loaded and was able to pass a pointer created in one to the other one. So proof of concept for everything is working, which is good. Now we just have to figure out a good pattern for actually using it in the engine. Yep. So I found, let's see, where is it? I found this build script command I could add in that would tell it to import the memory instead. And luckily this worked. I wasn't able to pass the shared arg, unfortunately. I think that's what you need to be able to actually call functions from one WASM module into another. I guess one thing we can play around with here for now is interesting thing though, this build script is only for one of these, but we were able to use both of them, which is interesting. Let me double check my code. So instance 1, crate 2. Is this importing memory? Is my question. Is the build arg being used for both of them? Okay, so they're... See, this is for the first one, right? Yep, create one, build import list. So first import is that memory array. Good. And then for this one, there were no imports. Okay, that's interesting. So the pointer from one was able to work on the other, but it's not technically using the same memory. It's kind of concerning, actually, because it's not working the way I would expect it to. This is all asking about pointers from WASM 2 Rust. The instructions that need to access memory are given an offset relative to the start of the memory. As a result of the previous points, module cannot access the memory of another module, the memory of the runtime, or the memory of the underlying operating system of the runtime unless explicitly given access to. Was this it? Unless explicitly given access to? Because arrays are not fundamental data types. So let's see, they say they know mangle this, so I'm assuming this is the in their WASM code. Which is, I was assuming I would have to do something like this. Okay. So technically, this code isn't supposed to be working right now, I think. So like we call our test function, and that goes just fine. It returns a value. So from crate 1, we test extern call, and that just calls our own external function. Exports to create test component. That creates the test component in crate 2. The mic is bad again? Alright.
We're switching to the webcam mic then. No more fancy streamer mic. We're going webcam. So then this is from crate 1. This is crate 2. We created our test component. I don't know if it's the USB hub because it works fine on Windows, and I wasn't seeing anything weird in OBS, so I have no clue what's going on there. So yeah, maybe is this code working because of an option I set? Oh, that's the module. I need to start splitting this out into different files and whatnot. Okay. With config, features, we're not setting any features at all right now. So yeah, we create the test component. in this module here, say create test component, that just creates this new block of memory here, false 0, 0, etc. You return a pointer to that, and then test script 1 has a test component access function, which we then set the values like that on the same pointer that's passed in. So that's the function that we're calling now, is the test component access, which works just fine. And then you can see our test component, which we have a pointer to, true, 42, and come on. Test component, true, 42, and 3.14, or pi. So it's able to access the pointer just fine, but it shouldn't be able to. Or no, it just straight up shouldn't be able to. From what I've read, we could try it the other way around. Yeah. Well, the pointer would be the same either way, but yeah. So if we put the create call in 1 and the access in 2, and then I do want to test putting this flag here into this command right here. That way we don't have to put in a build script. But yeah. I'm gonna copy that. Overwrite those. Now here, let's say externs 2 for this one, and externs 1 for this one. And both modules are loaded in memory at the same time, so it's not like we're like their code is overriding each other, because we're able to successfully call pretty much every function from both of them. So this one does import memory. This one doesn't import anything. And we get an error, a segmentation fault. Awesome extern type, unable to create a variable object. So this time it errors out. But where does it error out? That's the question. So create test component ran just fine. We got our initial values. The segmentation fault was when we tried to access it from the other structure. So when we create it in the module using shared memory, it isn't able to access it anymore. But if we create it in the component not using shared memory, the crate using shared memory is able to access it just fine, even though the crate using shared memory, all of its memory operations should be relative to that shared memory. Yeah. I feel like this would make it work, but let's test it just to be sure. Right. So that's now overwritten. So now number one, we import memory. Number two, we should also import memory now. We do, I think. Yeah, we do. Same bug though. If it's just build.rs, it'll find it automatically. In the same way that for libraries and whatnot, you can just say lib.rs. But yeah, when I know it worked because the second crate also imported memory, so the flag definitely made it there. Unable to create variable object. What are all these other threads doing? So let's step through to bug this. And figure out when the error is actually being called. Or caused. Create module 2, call test function. Am I doing step into? I don't think I am. That time it worked just fine. But this time, attempt to call test function, error calling function, undefined element out of bounds, table access. So it does look like the modules might have overwritten each other, I guess? It's possible. This is probably what I want. So let's inspect the actual walls in binary and see what we can figure out. The thing that confuses me most is that they were both in the same memory space, though. That's the only way that they would have been able to access the pointer in the first place. Like, what I'm wondering more now is, what if I just don't have the build script in there? So I'm gonna move the build script out of there and just delete it. So we build it without the build script. Error wall, incompatible export type. Expected function but received memory type. That's weird. Oh, I still have this working like that. So yeah, segmentation fault. Wait a second. That's something interesting to think about. I just realized so the way that we access memory, so it should have worked for both of them, but basically this code doesn't work if the crate that's exporting the, at least it shouldn't work. Because this is, the pointer that we receive back is just an index. It's an offset from the the way that WASM memory works is you have allocated bits of memory. So yeah, you create a new memory. That's what they call it. And then the pointers you get back from functions and pass around are offsets from the start of that memory. Since these crates are no longer using the memory that I create and pass to them, this bit of printing code shouldn't work anymore. And I would expect to occasionally cause a signal abort, SIGABART, or whatever you want to call it. So the problem we might have been having when we swapped the build script value around was this accessing invalid memory, and then the scope was exiting out. So these component initial values, and then the scope closes and it checks if there have been any invalid memory accesses, and then we get that signal abort. Because I think if the pointer error was inside of WASM, we'd get this. Because you want your runtime to be safe and not have invalid code in there break your entire runtime. If it's properly sandboxed, it shouldn't be possible for a pointer error in WASM to cause an entire crash. That leads me to believe that this is a problem in our code, not in WASM. So if I just comment these out, let's see what happens. And we can step through. And I should have stepped through for the other ones as well, because that would have immediately confirmed my theory, or not. Okay, so that one went just fine, it seemed like. Test component. It's still null. Oh, because I still need to have this line. Okay, so this is a valid WASM pointer. And we are getting a segmentation fault from inside of WASM. That's actually super concerning, for me at least, that a pointer error in WASM would be able to cause our entire runtime to crash. So do we have any debug information on where this is? Oh, that's cool. We actually show registers now. I remember having to install an extension to do that. I'm not seeing any debug info. So I can't tell anything about this except that this code runs, it causes a unrecoverable error, segmentation fault. That's super concerning. Because my understanding is sandbox means nothing that happens here should be able to cause... This is trap handler, so it's trying to handle the error. Error calling function out of bounds memory access. Let's see. So if I step through debug this, it doesn't break. Like if I force the program to continue, it's fine. What if I run this in release? Oh, that's just running without a debugger attached. Without a debugger attached, we get the error calling test component access, out of bounds memory access, error as you would expect. So this is the error I expect to have in this situation. Now, if we try adding the build script back in, but this time we only add it to test scripts 2. It's still possible that we were getting a null pointer access error from the C++ side. Oh, I haven't copied stuff over. Overwrite for all. Let's run this again. Okay, so we get all the way to test component access. We just allocated the component in the crate that does not have shared memory. And we don't have a problem calling test component access. So if I uncomment this code here, this component is still null. What if I run this bit of code just with the debugger? Memory data has unknown return type, cast the call. Oh. If we say, we'll just say void pointer. Actually, no, not void pointer. Oh, it is a void pointer. We'll say uint 8. I am casting the call. Okay. Then, oh, I'm grabbing the, okay. Then if we grab the address of that, and then cast the address to a test component, we get the correct values. Okay, so it does work the other way around. Just fine. At least in this one run case. Which is super weird. Well, yeah, of course that's a null pointer. The question is this memory data just... I don't know. My prediction is this still prints out fine. Okay, yeah, so it does work both ways. So, there are no errors when we can't access the memory at all. By which I mean, we're not importing the memory. Well, actually, no, we do get an error. Okay, so we get an out of bounds WASM error if both don't have the compiler flag. If only one of them has the compiler flag, that makes them import memory, and we pass them imported memory, both crates are able to access that imported memory even though only one crate had the imported memory flag. It's super weird. Yeah, it all goes back to this here. Web system unstable APIs. Bulk memory, mutable globals. Shared memory. So wasn't BraneEngine thing that they're talking about. Link args shared memory. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep hitting my head against this wall. How do we get this to build the way we want it to? I'll figure it out eventually. Do I still have water in there? I need to go change that out. So I'll be right back. Alright. So it looks like there is a way to add target features. Okay, so we probably need to mess around with environment variables. Let's find out how to do that. Flags, then can I just say Rust flags? Like that. Actually, could I just echo the command? That would be the most optimal thing. Okay, so I can just echo the command. Can we just say Rust flag equals like that? Or, actually no, it'd be... set... Oh. Okay, so I can say set Rust flags equal to C, and then we can pass the actual stuff from the build script. I don't know that we want to share memory. I think we want to do... We do want to do shared memory, I think. I don't think we want to do linked memory. But let's try this out with... link arg import memory, yeah. I don't know what... what you doing there, Copilot? I think we're gonna go with import. Export table is interesting. So what happens if we run this script now? We still don't see the script flags. So let's try echo only the script flags. Still not seeing anything. That didn't actually do anything. I would say export. Simply use this set. Is this just on Windows or something? No, this is Linux Unix. So it's export or set. Let's try export then. Compiling the script with flags. That looks good. Can we one-line this now? We can. And C, link arg import memory. Wait, both of these are import memory. Oh, this only echoes the command, it doesn't actually run it. Let's see. Rust C dynamic link arg shared. That's what worked there. I think link import memory. All we need here. Let's try this with link arg shared as well. With shared not yet stable. Now what if I also said config web system unstable APIs? Because we just need something that works. I don't care if it's unstable. I am capable of submitting pull requests for stuff that doesn't work. We will help them become stable if they are not. That's not what I wanted to run. We want to keep running our shell script. Creating shared libraries with shared is still not yet stable. Maybe need to say the full, like, shared memory. So we both have shared memory and we're importing our memory. Shared memory is probably... No, that's a different API, isn't it? Yeah. So that's shared attribute on a memory. What's the shared memory proposal? Oh, that's multi-memory. The thread's proposal adds the concept of shared okay. So it's just a link arg, I guess, not a full WASM proposal. Shared memory is disallowed because it was not compiled with atomics or bulk memory features. We're getting somewhere. Alright, which means I have to continue copying this guy's stuff. I don't know where they're finding this. I need to find the documentation that these people are using. Say see target features plus atomics plus bulk memory plus immutable globals. So this is how we turn on WASM features, I guess. So it compiled. Which means now we can check what we're working with. Overwrite all. Okay. Now, if we go in here, I want to put a breakpoint on when we actually instantiate these, the build import list. Just want to check, are they all importing their memory now, and does it, well, work? So yeah, it looks like name, memory. So this one's importing memory. Incompatible memory type. Expected a minimum of 17 pages and a maximum of... It's interesting that it's specifying a maximum. Very interesting. It's going decent. Right now we're trying to figure out... So, when I got it working, it turns out it might have been a bug in the runtime. So, right now we're trying to figure out the correct way to do it, and finding lots of weird compiler arguments that theoretically might do what we want. And right now we're figuring out, why does this have a specific maximum memory size? I guess that's an interesting thing to think about, is when imports. I need more information. Found imports. So that's for functions, globals, memory. So let's print out more information about this. With a do I print the type? Import type name. And then okay, so we're saying import at index is named this. So we never actually are printing out the type. We're not printing this out at all, but I am going to call this function later. That's why we're looking at it right now. Printf type is a function. Let's do this for global type. This is a global. This is using extern type. This is also using extern type. So we could make this one function. Have I thought about networking for the game engine? I've built a fair amount of netcode for it already. Nothing to actually do with scripting yet, but all of the networking for lazily loading assets. I already have that in the engine, mostly functional. So like clients are able to request assets and all the dependencies for the assets and like have that trickle in and load it. So I have all the networking runtime for that. And then after that's done, well, after scripting is done, I'll figure out how I network scripting, but async IO. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but I am using ASIO for networking, so I guess that's like an async library. Library or platform? Okay, I use a library for at least very bare bones handling. So I use the non-boost version of ASIO. So yeah, this thing. The version that doesn't have a dependency on boost. yeah, fair amount of netcode. And then right now at work, the project I'm actually working on is we're making a library wrapper that basically at work we're building a brain. See, switching slightly into work mode. So we're building Foundry, the WordPress of VR. That's like our business pitch. And it's a framework for making multiplayer VR apps in Unity. And the thing that I'm working on for that at the moment is this wrapper so that all of our networking systems will be able to use network agnostic code. And then we can write a module for, like, let's say Photon Fusion and use that for our networking. Or use a different module and plug in like Unity netcode for game objects or Norm Core. Those are like the three ones we're working for. Those are the three ones that we're using as test cases, but essentially like a generic network wrapper. So I'm pretty confident that whenever I get around to writing the networking system for this game engine, because I've had to deal with networking so much in other places, I'll be able to come up with a pretty good solution. So right now I'm going through the process of how do all these different Unity networking libraries work? Oh, completely different. And I have to make a way for one library to be able to use all of them. And I'm actually having success, surprisingly. We have like a proof of concept thing working, and I'm just working on the actual front end for it, like the front end code, the API, to make it actually usable for our team. Because at the moment, it's the car analogy I use is just like sticking your hands into the gearbox to change gears, and I actually need to like make the stick shift for it. But we're completely off topic. Let's print out debugging info about our module. Okay, so we're going to say this is a type of memory, and so that is one worry with it. The way that we're going about doing the abstraction is that we have our own network state graph that is kind of separate from the underlying network architecture. So as long as they have a way for us to send an array of bytes to the other side, to other clients and whatnot, like through a remote procedure call or whatever, that's how we were syncing our data. So it's almost like we're building our own networking solution that just uses the other networking solutions as a transport service. Yeah, it's a little weird, to be honest. What I would have wanted to do if I had complete like control is just write our own networking wrapper. Like, okay, say we're already writing a lot of it from scratch. Why don't we just write the backend that actually sends the data from client to client as well? I mean, this is what I'm doing in my free time, is figuring out how to, build an entire game engine. So this is just what I do. But on for the actual business, it's a business, so I have to think about like how long will it take to do stuff, because I've been working on this game engine project for 2 years, and we don't have scripting yet even. But in a business you need to move a lot faster, so I have to go like, okay, fine, we don't build everything from scratch. Let's see, did I start during COVID? I did. I did start this project during COVID. Yep. First year I was going to college. Got to deal with COVID. Let's see. Const WASM limits. I want to take a look at this class. Ooh, look! It's actually a human readable struct. Amazing! Alright. So I think that's all we need. And I'm actually going to make this generic. So extern type. So that's using extern type as well. So we can say, I'm going to make this a static function for now. Void that, pop that in there. Maybe we move name back to here. I'm going to say print extern type info. WASM extern type t. We'll just have the space hard-coded in for now. Ideally, we'd have something like a prefix argument. Let's go back to here. It needs to be const. This is actually export. Oh, I think it needs to be import type. Yep, there we go. Alright, so now that we have the methods for printing out metadata, let's actually do it for both our modules. Right. data. Just print data. Let's do this for the second crate as well. I do. I've gotten all the way to PBR shaders. So, here, let me pull up. I'm trying to find like a good point in this video. So I have my YouTube channel linked in the description. It has, okay, that's the frame by frame. So like, we have like PBR stuff, and this looks a lot better like when you're actually rotating around it and whatnot. But you can see like here's the basic UI for the engine and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think I have the project. Do I have the project on disk? Would I actually be able to open it? This is the question. Does this currently compile? Okay, so I have some errors. Yeah, because this is the branch where I was refactoring a decent amount of scripting stuff, I think. So I don't think this branch, yeah. On WASM scripting tests. Okay, yeah, so this is the actual stable branch, like over here. And then this is where we are, with everything broken. Thank you. I wear it on stream a fair amount of time. Just didn't feel like putting it on this time. Also wear it to conventions as well on occasion. Okay, so now we have that. I think I've already copied over the walls. I wanted to run a debugger. Okay, yeah. I was like, oh, we should have gotten a signal abort there. Oh, it's probably, yeah. Let's say name data. Name size, because this isn't actually a valid C string, we're getting this from Rust. Actually, could we do string view here? That's probably the more efficient way to do this. Oh, I guess we could only do it from string. Okay. Mm. Ah. Yes. That would do it. We weren't actually reading the integer, so it was using the integer as a string pointer. There we go. M is null. Extern type as memory type. Oh, wait. We don't have a break from the last case. Alright, cool. So let's look at this. So in crate 1, we're importing our memory. It must be 17 pages. And the minimum size is, or the maximum size is that many pages. I feel like that's max almost. Wait, is it still saying... It's saying min for both. Max size is limits.max is not equal to wasm limits max default, else I'm not sure. Wasm kilobytes per page. Somewhere around 10 kilobytes. The length of the vector is always a multiple of the WebAssembly page size, which is defined to be a constant of 64 kilobit. Yeah. So if we just bring out the KB to gigabyte, and also calculator, you're gonna say our page size times 1638.4. That's a lot of memory. Oh wait. Is it defined to the constant? Oh, that's just straight up bytes. It still seems like it's too big. Around 1 gigabyte. Or gigabyte. I don't know how to pronounce that. Gigabyte. No. I mean, that makes sense for how much memory it would want. I don't like that it's specifying a locked maximum for what memory can be. Not a fan of that. So yeah, we import memory, the print function, the external function. We find 11 exports. Out. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, never mind. Wasm init TLS. I'm guessing these are all things to do with let's actually just search it up. What does TLS stand for? It's in Emscripten. What is TLS base? Okay, we'll just look up Wasm TLS. Not sure if this is the correct TLS. Transport layer service? That's immediately what my brain goes to. Yeah. Wasm compatible Rust TLS implementation. I don't think this is the same TLS. TLS, that looks like networking TLS. This is most definitely not anything to do with networking, like TLS align. Like, that's memory alignment of something. This is like the base of the module, the size of the module, and then the memory alignment that it wants to have. Initial TLS. Maybe this is for... So shared memory is supposed to work with... one of the things it was built for was threading, right? I think. Because we have to define... atomics. So this might actually have something to do with transport layer services. But it's between different threads. Yeah, thread local. Oh yeah, thread local storage. That makes sense. That's kind of what I was going towards. And then here's our data end and heap base. Data end, but we don't have a data start. That's interesting. Create test component, test function, BraneEngine drop. Yep, all of those look correct. These new exports are promising. Alright, let's continue on with our step through debugging. I can't even remember why I wanted to get that stuff working. Let's find the error again. Alright, is the memory error. I wanted to check the imports of both modules. So this one requires about a gig of max memory, reading exports, instantiating module 1. Okay, so I'm not actually seeing the print for module 2. I want to see the data for module 2. So let's wait to instantiate the module after we also load crate 2. Okay. So now we should have, yeah, crate 2 metadata, and it's the same thing. The max size is 16 or about a gig of memory. Can we say rust set max wasm size? Because if I can set this manually, problem solved. I don't care. Okay, so we can set the max page size. Can I set this in my build settings? Because this WASM has to be able to store all of my ECS and whatnot. I don't want to limit everything to a gig. Don't want to have to run all of a... I mean, we aren't running all of the engine inside of that gig, but all of the scripting related data. I want to have the space to have more than that. So... we're gonna add another link arg. See, max page. And then let's just set this to something random for now. Ah, brain. There we go. Unknown cogen option max page. Okay. Maybe we need to add a build flat. Okay, so it's not a non-existing one. Max memory. It's not max page, it's max memory. Let's see if it likes that better. Yep. Unknown cogen option, max memory. Is it, in general, just like a cargo rust C? So maybe I just have this as a regular argument instead of a compiler argument. Unrecognized option, max memory, yep. Oh, it's a link arg. Okay. So I do still say C link arg equals max memory. Must be byte aligned. Too small, this many bytes needed. Okay. So let's set it to twice that size then. Because it's something different, and it should maximum memory. Oh, are we saying? So we're saying the maximum memory in bytes, not the maximum memory in pages, I think. Must be that many bytes aligned. So this is that's our page size, right? Yeah. So essentially we have to write it in raw page sizes. And minimum 17. And that's how many pages they want by default. So, let's just do. What am I getting pinged by? So we're gonna say that times well, actually, let's actually figure out the math of how many pages it needs. Minimum. Okay, so that's our minimum memory size is 17. Okay. So what if we set our max to 20 page sizes, for instance? 20 times this. Oh yeah, we just added an extra 0. I was like, but that's the same exact value. Seems to be building fine. Okay. Let's see if that actually changed the value. So we go here, here, copy, paste. Overwrite for all. We should get an error that 20 pages. Alright, so we can actually set this value. So we're not just locked to 1 gig of memory. I can set this. I could set the maximum memory to be unbounded. Theoretically. Alright, so the amount that they have by default is... What was their default amount? I have it somewhere. Now that's not in the log anymore. Oh, yeah. Let's see, by... Actually, let's just take that. Nope. Just times it by 2. I can work with 2 for now. Come on, give me the non-scientific notation version of this. We'll just Google it. Oh, come on. Alright, fine. We'll just manually shift the decimal point. Then I wish we had some margin here. There we go. Modern problems require modern solutions. So 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There we go. There's our 2 gigabytes of memory. I feel like it should be more power of 2-ish. I don't like all the zeros here. I don't want a scientific notation. Ah! There we go. We'll just grab that. I need all of the significant digits. All the digits are significant. There you go. Seems about right. Okay, let's try compiling this. grab the 2 crates, drop them into testing, overwrite all. Okay, yep. So a good bit more memory to work with. For now, I'm just gonna hard code it, just so we can test to see if stuff works, and then in the future we can figure out like in the future we can figure out a better way to deal with this. Probably like first module we load, or the engine can just specify a maximum. It would be nice to just remove the limits max. I wonder if that's a compiler argument. We'll test this for now. We'll test this first. I don't want to squirrel far enough away that we're not seeing results. Received a 30, some 36. Shared false. Oh! Interesting. So I'm gonna set this to 1 digit higher. How do I set this to be shared? Wasmer features... Not multi-memory. We don't need multi-memory. We do need bulk memory. We do need threads as well. See, what other compiler features did we turn on? Mutable globals. Oh, don't want config, we want features. Okay, I think that is everything we need there. For now. But I haven't seen shared memory. I haven't seen an API for making it shared. Because wasm memory type, declare type, memory type, it's just memory type new. Is it not exposed in the C API? shared linear memory type. Should probably read through that at some point. How do I set the memory to be shared though? Because I know this is exposed on the Rust API side. No references to shared. Awesome. Shareable reference. And that's the only references to shared in this entire thing. Okay, so that means if we're gonna use Wasmer, we're gonna have to write that code that's interacting with Wasmer in Rust. So we're gonna have to write it in Rust. All of this code here becomes Rust. So what we're going to do is start that now. New cargo crate. This is going to be of a type library. Actually, yeah, we can use this. We'll see what happens. New cargo crate, yeah. Type of library. Actually, this is test for now, so it's going to be a binary. Wasm runtime, or just scripting runtime. Okay. And I'm just gonna copy. I'm not gonna copy this in. Instead, we're gonna figure out how we would write it in Rust. I'm gonna drop this over here. So we can copy the behavior over, but not the code, because the code would take too long to write, because it's literally the Wasmer docs introduction. We're going to go to the GitHub instead and take the documentation. No, we don't want Wasmer IO. We want this one, the Wasmer runtime. Helpers. Okay, where's the actual documentation? Rust. There we go. And we're going to open in terminal, cargo add the Wasmer. Alright, so now we don't have to deal with the C API anymore. Huzzah! Where would use Wasmer module? Is it possible to not give a type argument here? Okay, what does open return result? It's an IO result. So we create a new module. We need to pass in the store and store default. Then does this need to be a mutable reference? I don't know. We'll see. Then I think, yeah, there's a from file. But it takes an engine. Interesting. Not a store. Would we want from binary? I think we would want from binary. Well, What's an as engine ref? Binary? What is an as engine ref? Locked in the... Can I just say new from store and pass in the buffer? Nope. Is this deprecated? Use the display implementation order string. Okay. Okay, that works. For IO errors. instead of the specific this error. I'm still pretty new to Rust and figuring it out. Okay, for now we're just gonna do string errors. It's an immutable reference to self for file. No method named read and found for struct file in the current scope. Even though it's finding it. Name run, wasm, run. And then edit more because I wasn't done. Run, and the working directory is scripting runtime. Let's switch up the music for a bit. There we go. Okay, so why was this working before, but not now? If the trait is in the scope, implementation of read for file. So is this the whole by read would be in here? It's a private trait though. Well then what? Okay. Rust read file. I shall swallow my ego and just go, okay, how do we do this? Public trait read. Public trait read. keyboard just bugged out. Result file from OpenPath. So I figured out how to pass a ton of compiler arguments, and sizes and whatnot. So all of them are now asking for a shared memory buffer. The problem is the C API, since shared memory is only a Rust proposal at the moment, the standardized C API that Wasmer provides doesn't include the API required necessary to create a shared memory buffer. So basically, we're rewriting the tests in Rust so we can actually use the Wasmer API, which does have the exposed interfaces to create a shared memory buffer. So right now, I'm trying to figure out how to read from a file in Rust. Most beginner moment. For some reason, though, this read to end function, it's right here, it's saying that the read trait is private. Which is a pain. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it. So we do have the Rust docs here to help us out. Wait a second. Can we just say fs read? Okay. Is it standard IO read? Is that the one I need to import? Oh yeah. Looks like that is the import I deleted. Thank you for that. Because I did see an error message that's like, you must import the trait to use the functions exposed in an implementation of that trait. So I knew I deleted something up here because I was like, oh, I don't need that import. Why do I need that import? Foot gun. Used of moved. Oh. So it's saying here we're moving it. So I guess by just checking it, we move the value. I think we'll use unwrap or. It is unwrap or. I've never used unwrap or before. Don't you pass it to closure or something? Oh, you provide a default valid value. Okay, that makes sense. We don't want to do that. So we're gonna say if mod is error. I do like the way that Rust handles data, though. It makes it a lot easier not to. Makes it easier not to do pointer errors. In fact, one of the things that was holding me up on the old module thing was one error I had when I was implementing all of this is that the module holder struct I created, this holder struct, it held the pointer to the module, and then, I made a constructor that's like, alright, when we destroy the struct, we'll delete the module. However, when I tried to instantiate in the runtime, it's like, no pointer access there, and I'm like, but it's like right here, it's valid, we just used it. And the problem was, when we were returning this from its own static from file method, it was copying the class, and the module was getting deleted, so I had to, create a custom copy constructor, a custom move constructor, delete the copy constructor, so that we wouldn't get null pointer access just because abstraction, and I tried to make my life easier. But yeah, it's nice that this makes it a lot harder to... Well, it makes it theoretically impossible to do that. It's also going to make it a lot easier for me to deal with the whole entity component system, because I'll, I create move, copy, and drop constructors, and I just follow the data pattern for handling objects in the entity component system. Much better data, easier to handle stuff than what C++ has, or maybe it's just the way I implemented it was a little bit weird. But I had to call constructors on stuff before moving stuff, and yeah, the way I implemented it probably could be optimized, but hey, we're gonna rewrite it anyway, so. Okay, so we now have our module loading code. If, yeah, module. Actually, we don't want to do this yet. We want to say let. We want to revive this code, so now we have our store. Map error. Let's see, map error. What is map error for? Matches a predicate. Oh, for this whole thing. Alright, I'll look into it. It looks a little bit like arcane runes to my brain at the moment. Okay, we're gonna say, yep, module is load module. We don't... I'm gonna try to recreate most of this. So let's just go in order of code. The code should be a lot smaller since we're not dealing with a C API. So we're not dealing with the apparently standard C API. Like, all of this crap except for, like, anything with the prefix of WASM, all of these functions are the actual WASM standard C API, not something weird with WASMer. This is actually what they expect you to deal with. It's garbage. All of these structs are obscure, and you have to interact with everything through functions. Absolute pain. Because all the runtimes are Rust behind the scenes, you know, the standard is conforming to that to let all the runtimes be Rust without a helper. Okay. So next we actually create the runtime. Store module import object. That's interesting. Nowhere in there are we actually creating an engine. The engine does not exist. So we create store default. If we created a new store, engine default. Okay, so this stores what's holding the reference to our engine. I want to manually configure our engine since we are using experimental features. So let's import engine. what new takes. We take a compiler config, a target, features, how the turntables. What is this? BraneEngine Universal. Compiler config. So let's import compiler config. Turn off Copilot for now because I need my autocomplete. So there's the Wasmer compiler single passed, crane lift, and LLVM. We probably want to use crane lift for now. Switch over to LLVM for, you know, runtime, true runtime stuff. So, where would I grab that? Go on crane lift. Wasmer compiler crane lift. Is this a Wasmer compiler crane lift? Okay. If I go back to here, there we go. Found the reference. This creates a new crane lift. Which you can then pass to a store. I want to pass it to an engine so I can actually configure the engine. Maybe I should just look at the documentation for configurations. How do engines work? Engine is a system that uses a compiler to make a WebAssembly module executable. Okay. Let's search for config. Enable WASM. Just say enable features. Features. Okay, cool. So we can set up the compiler, so we'll say crane lift for now. Then we need to add in bulk memory. Exceptions. No, we don't need that. We need, I believe we need threads as well for the shared memory. I want to support module linking eventually. Unfortunately, when you turn on memory 64, it just errors out and says that's not actually implemented. Very fun. Okay, so now that we've set our features, say engine builder with compiler and then set features. Okay. So we need engine builder. I don't know. Because they're thinking about adding it, I guess. But no, I went through all the trouble, like, okay, how do we compile Rust and also compile the standard library so I can actually get a nightly build? We'll compile the WASM 64 unknown target. I got all of that working. I tried to load the binary and it's like, oh, actually, yeah, this isn't supported. Like, even in the C API, they have memory 64. It is pain. Compiler. Let's see. Maybe? It's possible, but then why even have the module linking in main even? If actually, I know for a fact that they don't have it on a branch because yes, there was some initial work on plumbing for 64-bit support, but it's not implemented and does not work at the moment. Yeah, you get this error when you try using it. And I went as far as digging up their issue on their GitHub. Indeed. So engine builder, compiler, and this compiler is crane lift to default. Oh. Set features. Saying we're not using Engine Builder. Oh, it's because I'm not using Engine Builder. That makes sense. Then we set features. Interesting that they would have it be an enumerator. And now we can create our store with the engine. And look at that! Interesting that this doesn't need a mutable reference. I'm gonna keep store mutable because this has it as mutable. See, look at all these helper functions they have in the REST version that I was having to abstract myself. So we can just say module dot get we're just gonna unwrap this for now. Prototyping. So we can get the list of all the exports and imports. Let's see. Okay, so it's dot. What about imports? Oh, it's from instance. Okay. So this is just like a list of all the imports. Let instant. And for now, we're gonna say that this is wasm crate 1.wasm. This takes store module and the imports object. So mutable store, immutable module, and imports object, which also takes a reference, which my brain just forgot. There we go. We can say instance dot supports dot, and we can just say get function. It's that easy. function, test function. Call it, you pass a reference to the store and then a slice of your arguments. So call it with this store and these arguments or parameters. Oh, it needs to be mutable. Makes sense. I mean, we're changing values and whatnot. And we pass one parameter, which is a value. I32, say 42. Yeah, this is a lot easier to work with than the C API. Just gonna unwrap the result for now. Say, where's that? Vec 0 I32. Okay. We do need to provide imports though, for memory and whatnot. So let's see their documentation on imports, or get an example of it. Wasmer imports. Okay, so we say that this is equal to a, you can say function. So that's how we do functions. the BraneEngine on that is a lot better. Okay, so we need a import from memory for test external function and for the external BraneEngine print. So we say memory. And they're giving it names too, which means they automatically do the mapping for you. Wait a second. Environment foo. That's an entire map there. Namespace, name, and then expression. Okay. We're currently not namespacing our functions. Which is concerning. Which is a little concerning. Am I able to just say memory is equal to let be nice to say let main memory is equal to memory or shared. Can you just say memory? New, we pass in a store, and then the memory type. And new. So this is where we would put first 30, then 32, 769. And then this is in fact shared. Probably 68, because I incremented to see if that would fix it. I just want to see if this works at all. Expected tuple. We'll just try this environment. Can we say no environment? Okay. See, we're gonna say test external function. See, this takes no arguments and returns one I32. See, function new type. In the store and then the function. Then we do this again for print. See, and how did I handle this? So I grab the instance memory. And then, okay. I wonder if I can implement this as a closure. I can. So we're gonna say one of our arguments is There's how to grow. Reading raw binary data from WASM memory and writing WASM pointer. Okay, so that gets the memory. Where is pointer? Okay. So we can say WASM pointer UTF-8 array. That's writing memory. Well, that's returning an array. So can I say that this takes a WASM pointer right. We tell WASMer that it returns a WASM pointer as its first return value. What's the source code for the actual WASM module? size 32. This is the type that we're pointing to. It represents a pointer to something in WASM linear memory. Okay, so I'm going to use it how I would expect it to be used. So we're going to say we take a WASM pointer to a U8. Gonna say let text equal standard FFI C string from pointer text pointer dot Where are they getting memory? Memory is that memory. So we get memory. Call load. And it just calls get UTF-8 string memory length. So they're just writing out the entirety of memory? Where does pointer get referenced at all? Oh, it's pointer get UTF-8 string. Okay, that makes more sense. So if you say text pointer dot read, UTF-8 string with the null, that looks like it's the correct thing. And then into here we pass the store. No. Does it have to be mutable? That is a memory, right? So we get memory, memory. Oh, we can get the view. Yep, this takes a reference to a memory view. Then view. Oh, it takes the store. Okay. Borrow of moved value main memory. Oh. Can I return it as only a view? Or maybe we just... keep a reference to the memory view. Cannot be shared between threads safely. So can I just request the host environment and memory like that? I wish it showed the full example. Well, I'm guessing there actually are full examples. Print string to, so this takes a context, a pointer, auto detects the signature, so we can just use the function macro. And then this is using this sample app here. Sample app. Sample app.wasm. Okay. Oh, it's one file. Okay, I was scared we weren't going to find anything here. Hello, string from Rust. This takes a pointer and a length. So print string 2 takes oh, okay. Print string 2 takes extern and a length. So we can ask for context. And it just automatically gets applied, which is amazing. So we're going to import the func macro. Okay, so this is deprecated. Of course it is. Four years ago. Game. there's new with environment. So let's try that. New type D with environment. No. We're gonna ask for is context still a type? Is not. Okay, that means whatever they were referencing in the other tutorial. Function environment mutable. Alright, we're gonna try passing in memory. Actually asking for environment and memory. value. Okay. So this takes a store, an environment, a reference to the environment, and then a function. With environment is not implemented for closure. Okay. So let's not implement this as a closure for now. The trait the trait bound for that Oh look, they have an example. Huzzah. what other examples they have. Let's see, imports. All of them except memory. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Okay, if we don't pass in the memory, then it's fine. Okay, so the environment can't do anything. If I want a reference to memory, how do I get the reference to memory? Hello, how's it going? We're currently trying to figure out how to do simple things in Rust. I'm doing decent. Trying to figure out how to implement this print function over on the Rust side. So before, I was just able to store a reference to the instance memory as a global constant. But here, since we're exporting the memory into the modules, we're not actually able to access it because the way Rust works, it moves. I mean, we could clone, but we don't want to clone it because then it becomes a duplicate object. Yeah. Did I see the Unity tools? Not quite sure what you're talking about. What are these Unity tools you speak of? This is true. A clone might not actually make a duplicate. I guess we can look at the documentation. Well, that's just the, well, yeah, I know that's what that does. Memory, it just derives clone. And it stores a handle. So we have a store handle in here. Handle to an object managed by a context. Internally, this is just an index. Okay, so clone might actually work, you're right. You'd probably just clone the handle. So if we just do regular type, we might be able to throw a closure in here without an environment. The question is, would it actually allow a closure? Because I think one of the requirements is that it is a static function. So if we grab our text pointer, it's fine with that. Now if we say main memory view, and view takes a reference, we say text pointer dot read a UTF-8 string with null. We pass in view. We pass in the store. This closure only implements function mutable. Unity launched some new AI tools. I actually did see the new Unity AI tools. I saw an announcement for them, but I haven't seen the actual, like, if they're like fully released. If they are, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. So we're gonna let this function environment take a memory view. Oh, right, because memory view needs a... We're gonna say a reference to memory then. Let memory context equal to function currently in beta. Okay, I'll have to check that out then. Oh, it's function environment. And this doesn't need to be mutable. Just say function environment, new store, and reference to memory. Now, if we do new ID with environment, pass in the store a reference to memory context. And also BraneEngine print external, which is complaining about because I still try to get a reference to memory. If I take that away, with environment not implemented. Let's see, if I take away the mutable, nope. With the function environment mutable? Oh, now it's fine. Okay, so we just have to say mutable environment, even though we don't pass in a mutable environment. Anyway, it's fine, it's fine. So we say env dot data SAO who? We're not building SAO. Why would you think that? We'd never do such a thing. Literally 4 hours. Eh, it's fine. This is what I do for fun. Okay. We do need to pass in the store here. Say this is memory context. So public store and a public yeah, see, since it's going to take so long to build the engine, by the time the engine is done, the hardware will be out. See, this is the grand master plan here. Oh, not main. Main. Found memory reference. Fair enough. Missing lifetime specifier. Yep. to at least reach beta stage. A while, to be honest. Work has picked up a lot, so I don't have too much time to work on it. Couple more months to be sure. We'll see. I'm planning to move at the end of the year, and the company is probably going to be in a better spot then. Right now, we're a little bit strapped for cash, so I'm even worried about paying rent, to be honest. But hopefully we'll be in a much better spot. We have some deals that are hopefully going to go through by the end of the month. We'll see if I can move to... Thinking about Boston at the moment. Boston is looking pretty good. Yeah. And then hopefully I'll have more time to work on it then. It's kind of the plan. So we would need a lifetime specifier here for the store. Actually, since memory, if you clone memory, it's just a handle. If we're going off of that logic, I could just store memory here. Additionally, let's see what store actually stores. It's a box. Okay. If I remember correctly, boxes are singular pointers, not reference counted. So if I want to pass references to the store to other places, I would need to create something like a reference counted pointer, I think. Actually, no, that takes a lifetime. So right now we're working on figuring out how the scripting system is going to work. Right now, the plan is... I was working on my own scripting language, but I decided it's probably better to go with pre-existing solutions after spending a lot of time on that. So what we're currently doing is we figured out how to compile Rust to WebAssembly, and now we're trying to load that WebAssembly in a WebAssembly runtime. Right now we're running up against some barriers of my Rust knowledge. We did have it working almost in C++, but there was just one feature that wasn't exposed in their C API that basically makes it impossible for me to use the C API because we're not able to make shared memory, whereas in the Rust API it's this boolean we pass in. So that's what we're working on in the moment, is me learning the Rust on the fly and dealing with reference lifetimes, which is a pain. Yeah. So we're gonna make our store a reference counted variable. And then I probably also have to put this in a ref cell as well, don't I? I think this is the pattern. I could be wrong. And then up here we would say reference counted ref cell store. Borrow. Okay. Memory context. Pass in main memory clone. Then also pass in store, like that. Cannot be sent between threads safely. So would we use arc is like that's a reference counted atomic, I think. Atomically reference counted. And then here would say arc. Ref cell store cannot be shared. But arc is required for our ref cell to implement send. Oh, it's if the type implements send. Okay. So we're gonna say run flow copy clone okay, we'll just say clone and then send or not. Oh, does store not implement send? Right, because the entire data type would have to be sent between threads. Because it's not this memory context, it's this. I guess let's look at what was the documentation I was looking at? For... import function environment. Oh, you probably have to put it in a mutex. I'm not too worried about Meta releasing anything, to be honest. I'm just doing this for fun. I learn a ton while doing it. So it'd be kind of like, oh, cool. Meta has an engine similar to this now. Let's compare where mine and it are different and whatnot. Maybe take some inspiration from it. As store reference. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like a mutable store, or a so I can pass the memory. In fact, I don't need a memory context if I just pass the memory. All right. Say function environment. I do have a full-time job, working on a soon-to-be open-sourced framework for creating multiplayer Unity VR experiences. So yeah, during the week I'm working on, right now I'm figuring out how to make a universal wrapper for the majority of the most popular Unity networking frameworks. So that's what I'm working on for that currently. So lots of netcode stuff. Oh, I still have the store as that. Let's just not worry about that for now. I have no clue. Maybe you should watch it. Might be some good information in there. Or not, it might be propaganda. Who knows? Actually, we can say environment, because Rust actually lets you do that. And I love that it lets you do that. So environment dot okay, we're gonna say store mutable, so we still say environment data, or does it get consumed? It doesn't get consumed. Amazing. Wait a second. That just works? So we can say environment as a mutable store. And it returns a mutable store reference. It's a Iconix keyboard Would not actually recommend it. Several parts of it have broken, and it will occasionally randomly disconnect and then reconnect, which is very fun when you're coding, where you'll just like suddenly start typing the same key 1,000 times, or when you're playing a game and you're like, why are none of my keys working? And then you have to unplug and replug your keyboard back in. So, wouldn't actually recommend it. I have liked the keyboard, though. Probably getting close to when I will replace it, though. Let's see, let text equal that. I'm also using my webcam right now because every time I try to use the actual streamer mic, the audio's been glitching out, so we're dealing with the webcam mic. Just imagine if they were actually cherry blue switches. These are only cherry brown. Alright. No, the keyboard is not connected to the same hub as the mic. The keyboard is connected directly into the PC. It was indeed. But no, the only other two things I have connected into this USB hub is these headphones and the webcam. Alright, cool. So none of this is complaining anymore. So that will theoretically work. It's a lot less code. Theoretically more secure. So let's give this a try. Oh, cannot borrow environment as mutable, because it is also borrowed as immutable. I mean, it's possible. Let's see. I mean, let's just try it out. An experiment. If this can actually reach the computer, which it cannot.
Interestingly enough, it does jiggle around at that
A fair bit. The webcam and everything else is fine. Oh, my audio stuff just all kind of glitched out there.
Oh, there we go, we're back. What happens if I... Now attempt to switch over to this mic. Alright, I should probably test it. Let's see, let's listen to myself. I should probably test it. Let's listen to myself. Oh, nope, it is still glitching. Let's go. Oh, nope, it is still glitching. Let's go.
So unplug that. We go to the webcam, because that one seems to be fine. Hopefully I didn't break it. Oh no, now the webcam is broken too. I think it might genuinely be like the streaming setup or something.
Okay, well, since the webcam is broken too, we're going back to... the good mic. Let's see. Let me check my config for like my restreamer. Oh. See what I have for audio bandwidth and whatnot. Turn music back on. Alright, let's wiggle this around a little. Actually, I guess that's something we can check is if we like if like I hold this, does the glitching stop? That well, nothing. I guess the cord for this will go near my power supply. I don't want to try and lock it. I can't stop this work.
Alright.
So testing. No, still bad. Um, oh. It says it closed, but it's fine. Seems like. Alright, so audio setup, recording device. It's gonna be the default, which I think the default for my system is the Realtek USB audio. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is my mic completely broken, or is it something to do with the streaming setup? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is my mic completely broken, or is it something to do with the streaming setup? Alright, so it's definitely something to do with the streaming setup. The advanced audio tab. Might be update OBS. Okay. Bet it's. Did I install it through software? I did. So it's claiming there are no updates for it at the moment. is pretty far behind. I'm gonna try this sample rate. Settings, audio. Sample rate 48 kilohertz, which should be what this mic is at.